evening. The Assembly is back in session. Members, we will be taking up SB 8 shortly. I just wanted you to know that it is on your laptops if you would like to review the bill before we take it up.
Mr. Tirico, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One second, Mr. Tirico. Members. Mr. Tirico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby request unanimous consent to allow SB 8 by Senator Steinberg to be taken up without reference to file for purpose of amendments immediately.
Without objection.
No, we have to first dispense with the three readings.
Mr. Tirico.
Mr. Speaker, there is a resolution at the desk pertaining to Article 4, Section 8B of the Constitution, dispensing with 3 readings and 3 separate days. I would like to move that item now as it pertains to SB 8.
Without objection. The clerk will read.
Resolved that Senate Bill 8 presents a case of urgency as that term is used in Article 4, Section B of the Constitution, and the provision of that section requiring that the bill be read on 3 separate days in each House is hereby dispensed with, and is ordered that the bill be placed upon its passage and considered engrossed.
This will take 54 votes. The clerk will open the roll. Members, this will take 54 votes. Members, this will take 54 votes. The clerk will open the roll. All those who desire to vote. 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 54 votes. All those who desire to vote. 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 Close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 54. Noes 8. Measure is adopted. Resolution is adopted. Ms. Galgiani will take up the amendments, and Mr. De Leon will present the bill. Permission is already granted. Clerk will read with the amendments.
Senate Bill 8 with amendments by Assemblymember Galgiani.
Ms. Galgiani. Members, I know that I know the time is late. We're trying to get out. Please pay attention to the person presenting on the floor. Ms. Galgiani. Thank you, members.
The amendments add language from Assembly Bill 900, which passed earlier this year on a 78-0 vote from this House, to increase enforcement actions on illegal diversions. In addition, this bill adds 25 PYs to the Enforcement Division of the State Water Resource Quality Board. Illegal diversions create pressure on the system. This is a reasonable enforcement measure. I ask for your aye vote on the amendments.
On the amendments, we'll have a voice vote. All those in favor signify by the normal sound of aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Amendments are adopted. Mr. Tirico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under motion of resolutions, I request unanimous consent to allow SB 8 to be taken up without reference to file as amended in mock-up form immediately.
Without objection. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 8 by Senator Steinberg, an act relating to water resources and making the appropriation therefore.
Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, let's be clear and let's be honest. We all believe, Democrats and Republicans alike, that it's wrong that some water users take water that they're not entitled to, that they take water above and beyond what the legal permit allows. It's estimated up to 1,800 in-Delta farmers, and this is a small sample size group, take about 8% of fresh water flows from the Delta. That's about 2 million acre feet. To put that in context, 1 acre foot is equivalent to about 325,900 gallons. What we're talking about on an annual basis is roughly about 650 billion gallons of water. And that is legal divergence. So we don't know above and beyond the legal permit allows for in-Delta farmers or other folks as well as what they're taking. This measure is very important. It's a strong bipartisan measure supported by both Democrats as well as Republicans. It will give us the methodology, the tools necessary to make sure we're able to measure what's taken out from the Delta, to put this in context, in comparison with the whole Southern California region. The Southern California economy, that being Los Angeles, Ventura, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, as well as San Diego County, we take roughly about 1.5 million acre feet of water on an annual basis. That's roughly about 18 million individuals. That's half the population of the state of California, I should say. 18 million individuals, 1,800 farmers. This is the right thing to do. We simply can't make it rain, so simply storage alone won't solve our drought. This is a very important measure. Again, I just want to emphasize this is a measure that's supported across the board, Republicans and Democrats. Mr. Speaker, as well as colleagues, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Mr. Huffman?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, but with some dismay, because I had hoped for a much stronger water rights enforcement bill. One of the central recommendations from the Delta Vision process was that we have to do a much, much better job getting a handle on the reporting of water diversions, which technically is the law, but is honored in the breach. A small fraction of actual water diversions actually get reported. And then enforcing against illegal water diversions, which we know is happening not just in the Delta, but throughout the state. We don't have the tools, we don't have the policies, we don't have the resources to do the job that we need to do to protect legal users of water and the environment from this black market in illegal water use. We really have to do something about that. But as part of this package, in fact in the final hours, as part of the compromise that has led us here to the floor, a few pieces of this had to give. I don't like it. Again, I really wished I'd be standing here supporting a much more aggressive water rights enforcement piece. But that's not to say that the pieces that we're left with are not important and don't deserve your support, because they do close an important loophole, as Mr. De Leon said, for some water users that need to be reporting their diversions. And perhaps more importantly, they provide 25 paid full-time positions at the State Water Board to do the enforcement work. And those of you that work with the Water Board know that the refrain you always hear is, we don't have the resources, we don't have the resources. This will finally give them the resources to step up and begin to do something about illegal water use. We've got more work to do, and I really want to appeal to all of you to remember where we left off on this issue. Make a note of this, because we're going to have to come back here in January, not just on this. There's a few other pieces that are unfinished business if we're going to have a comprehensive and workable water piece. This is one of them. We'll be back. We got more work to do, but we need to vote yes tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Blakesley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing personal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Wanted to rise and express my appreciation to the author and all the participants who have worked so hard to find and negotiate a solution to this very thorny issue of how we deal with the question of illegal diversions. There was a divergent view on necessarily how this could be best solved. Some believe we need a more comprehensive set of laws beyond what are currently on the books, and others believe that we have some great laws, but we need to do a better job of enforcing them. This represents the latter view. And in addition to not only adding the 25 PYs to ensure that we all work hard to protect the rights of those who are entitled to the water, we're also increasing the fines. And I want to point out that as part of the negotiated agreement, although this current document does not reflect a doubling of fines that was agreed to about an hour or two ago, due to the late hour and our need to finish up the work we have tonight, we will be adding to the fines that you see here, and I just want to make that representation that I'll be supportive of that effort next year.
Mr. Jones.
Just, Mr. Speaker, question for the author, or question for the presiding officer. I'm having a little challenge tracking this. My analysis refers to an entirely different bill that appropriates $546 million for various projects, and I don't have a copy of this bill or amendments or any analysis related thereto. So for those of us that are trying to keep up, I'm just a little bit confused about what we're doing here.
Well, the bill should be on your
well, it's not
on your computer. Mr. DeLeon.
I was just going to convey what you just said, Mr. Speaker. The bill should be on the desk. If not, Mr. Jones will get it on his laptop. We can get that fixed right now.
Well, it was just.
If there's any member who has it on their computer, raise their hand.
Well, there are some. Mr. Jones, is that it?
I just think it would be helpful if we actually had a copy of what it is we're about to vote on.
Mr. Berryhill.
Okay.
You're recognized.
Speaker, a question of the author.
Without objection.
What do they do with stolen water? I'm not sure I've seen stolen water. I don't know. What do they do when they do an illegal diversion of water? Where does that go? Is it baptizing? That could be.
The objective of the bill, Mr. Berryhill, is to make sure that those individuals who legally purchase water in the Delta are in fact purchasing and they receive what they purchase. Anything above and beyond what they receive from the legal permit is what we call, quote-unquote, an illegal diversion. What we don't have today in the state of California, we don't have the necessary tools to know how to measure what's being taken from the Delta. The Delta is a fragile ecosystem that obviously belongs to the whole state of California. To put that in context, as I said, roughly in Delta farmers, 1,800 farmers roughly take about 2 million acre feet. Again, an acre foot, as you know very well, is 1 acre of water 1 feet high. We're talking about 325,900 gallons of water by 1 year, just 1,800 farmers. We're talking about 650 billion, not million, billion gallons of water. To put that in context, as we have a fragile ecosystem, we simply need to know who's taking the water. We have to know where the resources go. So that's the point, the objective of this bill.
Fair enough. It just seems to me there is a simpler way to look at illegal diversions, and I'll grant you there are, I'm sure, a lot of perceived water rights in the Delta. I think rather than making everybody report, monitor, and increase bureaucracy, one could simply look at the crop use and plot, and I guarantee you could probably within a week figure out who doesn't have water rights because they're not connected to the Delta. But having said that, you answered my question. That's good enough, Kevin. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question of the author.
Without objection.
Thank you. I do have a copy of the bill, but one version says $546 million in allocation, and the analysis that's on my laptop says $576 million in allocation. Could you clarify which amount we are speaking to?
Ms. Yamada, I will say what I can clarify is this. Those two figures that you have just articulated are not germane to this measure. There is some confusion with regards to what you physically have in your hand or on your laptop. I can't answer to those two figures because they're not germane to this specific language. I think there's a technical malfunction.
So we
right
are
now.
not, if I may continue, so we
Yes.
do not actually have the dollar amount that we are discussing?
The
Because-
dollar amount is dealing with the PYs, but that is not the $500+ million figure that you're referring to. Is not germane to this
All
measure
right,
at all.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All debate having ceased, Mr. DeLeon, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As articulated by Mr. Blakesley, this is a bipartisan measure. It's good for California. I do want to compliment Mr. Huffman and his comments. I know that for some folks there may not be enough teeth, or the teeth may not be sharp enough. I'm sympathetic to what he has to say. Nonetheless, this is a major step forward for in California. We'll be able to measure illegal water diversions for the first time. So I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Members, I know some of you are having difficulty locating the bill on your laptop. It is there. There are technicians that can go around and help you access it. We'll go ahead and take the vote on this bill, but we'll put it on call so then people can have a chance to look at it, okay?
All right, all debate having ceased, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 All those vote who desire to vote.
All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Mr. Tirico moves a call.
Just a point of clarification again, the reason why the bill is on call is for those individuals who did not have the time to look at it at their laptop, who perhaps may want to add on. Give you enough time to add on. Point of clarification. Lifting a call on SB 8, clerk will post. All those voters are to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 48, noes 16. Measure is adopted. Right. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose do you rise? Mr. Tirico, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is our final resolution at the desk pertaining to Article 4, Section 8B of the California Constitution, which dispenses with 3 readings on 3 separate days. I would like to move that item now as it relates to SB 2 by Senator Cogdell.
Without objection. Clerk will read.
Resolved that Senate Bill 2 presents a case of urgency as that term is used in Article 4, Section 8B of the Constitution, and the provision of that section requiring that the bill be read on 3 separate days in each House is hereby dispensed with and is ordered that the bill be placed upon its passage and considered engrossed.
Roll call vote. Clerk will open the roll. All those voters are to vote. All those voters desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those voters desire to vote. All those vote who 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 desire to vote. Members, we are voting. All those vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 58, noes 8. Resolution is adopted. Mr. Tirico, for a purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under motion resolutions, I hereby request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Caballero to take up SB 2 without reference to file for purpose of amendments immediately.
Without objection, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 2 with amendments by Assemblymember Caballero.
Ms. Caballero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the amendments increase the size of the bond to add money to the groundwater chapter and to the recycling advanced technology chapter and some other projects. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on the amendments.
There will be a voice vote on the amendments. Mr. DeVore, for what purpose?
Question of the author about the nature of the amendments.
Without objection.
My understanding is the bond bill prior to the amendments had about $9.4 billion in bonds. Could you characterize what the bill is now? How much in bonded indebtedness?
Yes, the amendments are bring the total to 11.14.
11.14, and of that 11.14, how much is for additional storage of water?
None.
Thank you.
All debate having ceased, we'll take a voice vote on the resolution. On the amendments. All those in favor signify by the normal sign of aye. Any opposed? Amendments are adopted. Mr. Tirico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Caballero to take up SB 2 as amended without reference to file in mock-up form immediately.
Without objection. Mr. Torlakson.
On the bill.
Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 2 by Senator Cogdell, an act relating to the issuance of settlement bonds and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Ms. Torlakson. My apologies. Ms. Caballero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's my privilege tonight to present to you SB 2 of the 7th Extraordinary Session, the Safe, Clean, and Reliable Drinking Water Supply Act of 2010. This bond bill is the culmination of many, many hours, over 2 years of negotiation and hard work, bipartisan, bicameral. And before I get on to the details of the bond, what I want to do is recognize some staff members that have been tremendously helpful in making this happen. Araceli from my office, Jennifer, Elf, Aaron, Delette, and Doug, many of whom are here in the back, have spent hours negotiating this particular package. And I want to recognize them because once we get into the discussion, we tend to lose track of the fact that there are very, very important staff members that help to make this possible. Now, members, thank you. Members, I'm going to ask you tonight to do something that I know many of you are going to find very, very difficult, and that is to step away from your comfort zone and to do something in a bipartisan, bicameral manner, which is very, very rare for this institution. And I'm going to ask you to leave behind some of your preconceptions about bonds and really focus on what we're trying to accomplish here today, which is a financing mechanism to be able to meet the twin goals that we've set for ourselves as we move into this new era. This bond measure is critically important to the effectuation, if you will, of the policy that we have passed over the past 2 days. And for many of you, for a variety of different reasons, the idea of supporting a bond at a time when we've gone through such significant cuts is very, very difficult. But I'm going to ask you to step away from that uncomfort, because part of what we're doing here today is to set up an opportunity to put a bond before the voters of the state of California, and we're asking them to weigh in on the issue of whether clean, reliable water source is important to them. And I submit to you here today that it's critically important. This bond measure is, as I stated before, $11.14 billion bonds, and it helps us to meet, as I said, the co-equal goals that we've set out for ourselves. It includes drought relief. It provides funding for local and regional drought relief projects, and in particular disadvantaged communities that have been negatively impacted by the lack of water. And I know you've heard over and over on this floor about the impacts in my own district in San Benito County. The impact has been tremendous. Farm workers unemployed, people at risk of losing their farms, and obviously in the Central Valley, over 500,000 acres idle due to the lack of water. Thousands of farm workers. I've had the opportunity to talk to farm workers. I've had the opportunity to talk to small business people. I've had the opportunity to talk to farmers. So when people say, you know, it's the economy, quite frankly, I've had the opportunity to look them in the eye, talk to them about what's happening, and it's the lack of water that's created this devastation. The bond provides each region, so every single region in this state will have the opportunity to receive funds for their integrated regional water management plans. What this means is that the region gets to decide what they want, what their priorities are, whether it's recycling, whether it's groundwater contamination cleanup, whether it's interconnectedness within their region. Every region will get resources to be able to improve the delivery and the reliability of water in their area. There is water conservation assistance. The Delta has sustainability dollars that will provide an opportunity for us to start buttressing the levees, for the council to be able to make critical decisions about what kinds of improvements to the Delta are going to be necessary for us to be able to restore the ecosystem to the Delta, as well as dollars to be able to go into the local communities to mitigate the impacts of any of those decisions. And so there's significant money for ecosystem restoration and for the counties and cities that are affected in the Delta. There is money for storage, above or below ground storage.
30 seconds.
There's water for groundwater protection, and on and on. Let me conclude by saying this. The question gets asked, why aren't the water payers paying for this? And the answer is, quite frankly, that the water users will be paying. This bond requires matching local dollars that are going to be passed on to the water users, and we will be able to leverage federal dollars that today we are unable to leverage. In regards to the financing, the LAO estimates indicate that at full sellout of these bonds, we'll be spending about $600 million. That's at full sale. However, in regards to the budget impacts for the next number of years, the estimate is that it will be negligible impact on the budget until 2016 to 2017, at which point the entire bond sale can be effectuated because it's a 2015 date. What's important about that is that if you're concerned about a financial situation today, it will change, and by 2016-17 it will be significantly different. But not only that, what is really important is that ultimately we have the opportunity to prioritize the bond money as it goes out, and we have the authority in the legislature to decide whether water is our #1 priority. And I submit to you that it absolutely has to be. And so as we progress with this, realize that we have the ability, if the voters decide that they want to support a water bond, we have the ability to prioritize water and to make it the most important priority in our state. And to me, quite frankly, that has to be our priority. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Torlakson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, newsflash. News bulletin, the budget's busted by billions and billions. We will never face anything as hard as we will face in the next 18 months and 24 months in looking at the California state budget. I am objecting to the way we're getting the money to do these waterworks and these projects, not to the need for water. And Ana Caballero spoke eloquently of the need in her district and in Juan Arambulis district, San Diego, up and down the state. We need the water. But this is the wrong way to pay for it. Pat Brown, when he did the state water plan, it took 3 years of hard work, committees, meetings like this. They paid for it. They did a general obligation bond, but they backed it up with revenue. We can do the same thing. How can we be spending $10 to $11 billion in a budget that's busted as bad as it is on something that we should have the users pay? Would like permission to just read from a report from 1982. There was a report to the State Assembly. I was assigned to this task force.
Without objection.
Thank you. This is the emergency Delta Task Force appointed by the Assembly in 1982. I was a member of that task force, and 3 chapters in here outline identification of beneficiaries, an equitable cost-sharing plan, and raising revenues at the local level. I worked for 8 years in the Senate, had a bill which the legislative analysts said is appropriate for funding parts of the Delta needs, such as the Delta levy. Senate Bill 34, just to quote again from another document, January 22nd, 2007 report by the legislative analysts. It's appropriate for the communities to share in the cost of these projects on the basis of beneficiary pays principles. So again, it's not about the cost or the actual waterworks. To me, it's about what is going to be shoved out of the budget, what dilemmas we're going to face in weighing priorities, life and death priorities, in terms of what's going to happen in the next few months as we face the deficits that are looming. We have, as part of this, looking at our schools. Should we be sending out notices now if we pass this, spending $200 million a year, $300 million a year, $500 million a year, it could be up to $600 million a year, that we should expect the students and parents to get ready for more crowded classrooms, for not having the computers they need, for not having textbooks. For the college students, should we send a notice now that we're going to be raising tuition on them at UC and CSU? Our community colleges can't even offer the classes so our youth can get through in a normal period of time to get their AA or to get their Bachelor's of Arts degrees. What do we tell our foster kids' parents and our foster kids? We already have the worst system practically in the whole nation, the way we fund and treat the foster kids in California. What about the healthy families? We just had a nice kumbaya bipartisan moment saving the 600,000 kids from being dumped off of the Healthy Families program, but we'll be facing that same tough decision again. I just urge us to think so carefully at this point. We can do a general obligation bond and back it with revenue bonds. That's how it's been done. Beneficiary pays, user fees, regulatory fees. I spoke with the Ledge Analyst's Office. I spoke with County Council. They have not been asked, as far as I can tell, by our House or the Senate for a detailed analysis of the $11.14 billion in this bond. They have not been asked to see how much of that could be converted to user fees. I sat on a water district. I sat on several. We have needs, and we raise the rates. We did engineering studies, we had public hearings, and then we raised the rates.
30 seconds.
I actually co-chaired a measure to build a dam in Contra Costa. You've heard of Los Vaqueros. How was that paid for? 100% by the users. We went to the voters and we honestly discussed what the need was. That's what we do with utilities. We don't do it for electricity or sanitation. Why are we going to do it for water? Take the precious general.
Thank you, Mr. Torlakson. Mr.
Tarico,
Tarico, for what purpose? Thank you, Mr. Torlakson. Mr. Tarico.
Question of the author.
Without objection.
A question for the manager, please. Ms. Caballero, there's been some discussion regarding the leveraging of potential funds from the general obligation funds that these bonds would generate. So I want to give you an opportunity to address that issue. What other revenues or what other funds will be generated from the GO bonds?
All of the chapters, thank you very much for that question. All of the chapters, with the exception of the Delta chapter, which really deals with restoration of the ecosystem, they require a match, at least a 1-for-1 match. So it's a significant amount of money anticipated in one of the chapters that we'd receive $4 of federal dollars for every dollar that we spend. So it's in excess of the $11 billion of bonds. So it'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of $22 to $25 billion that we'd be spending for our infrastructure.
Mr. Nava.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of this bond measure. And I share some of the concerns that have been articulated as we've debated this issue about the state's already difficult debt burden. But I'm compelled to support this new bond for very critical reasons. I started my career as a deputy district attorney in the Central Valley. I was involved in job training and placement for hardcore disadvantaged people who live in Fresno and surrounding communities. What I learned was that they are strong, they are resilient, and they are dignified. Only recently I visited Firebaugh and Mendota, and I've seen the impacts of the loss of water on these communities. Hundreds and hundreds of proud people waiting in line for food, diapers, soap. They'd rather be working. They'd rather be providing for their families instead of being lined up to get donations. There are many communities in this state that don't have clean water to drink. It is that simple. They cannot drink the water that flows from their taps. There are many communities that don't have enough water to sustain themselves. I know that there's no quick fix for these problems. And much of the expenditures in this bond will take a few years to get started. But we need to start sometime. And now is the time to start. This bond will pay for a variety of projects that will provide real benefits to both people and to the environment. This money will improve groundwater, will provide funding for water conservation, will increase water recycling and improve wastewater processing infrastructure, the fundamentals of a decent, civilized society. This money will provide clean drinking water for the people who need it and deserve it, and who instead load 5-gallon plastic bottles into wagons and drag them to stores where they slip coins into a slot to get a little bit of water that they can cook with. And this money is going to fund projects that will create jobs, real jobs for real people in these affected communities. I don't see another way of addressing these fundamental problems in the near term without this bond and these expenditures. And that's why I support this measure, and I would ask all of you for your aye vote.
Thank you. Ms. Imada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I regrettably rise in opposition to this measure. With all due respect to my esteemed colleague, Ana Caballero, I know how hard she has worked and how long the hours have been that have contributed to us getting to this point. at now 2:25 in the morning. Members, I agree that we have major water reform issues to deal with in this state, but this is not the time to put before the voters an 11+ billion bond that has actually grown just in the last maybe several hours from a 9-point-something odd billion bond. I have not even had a chance to read the new version. But, you know, we may vote tonight to place something before the voters that is not expected to kick in until the true effects not expected to kick in until 2016 or 2017, when nearly all of us in this chamber will not be here. But those of us that are here now are inheriting the fiscal, ramifications of actions taken by prior legislators. And I just ask you this evening, is it fiscally responsible for us to place a bond of this magnitude, and historically a general obligation bond to pay for water infrastructure, when heretofore water infrastructure has always been either a mixture or largely revenue-based? I just believe that we have an opportunity to make a statement to California that we are going to engage in fiscal responsibility, not irresponsibility. I therefore urge a no vote on this measure.
Thank you. Dr. Fuller.
Well, folks, I'm so tired. I don't expect much of myself, but I expect a lot of you tonight. And that is first to accept my thanks and my gratefulness to all of you who have worked so very hard alongside one another with all your different ways and perspectives and needs to try to resolve a problem that's almost unresolvable. I mean, here we are, 40 years we've been trying to resolve this problem. Many of us coming through this room through the years, debating, and here we got up again with hope in our eye and we tried again. And we're close. It's not perfect. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. People are not perfect. Humans are not perfect. And guess what, guys? No matter how great this deal is, tomorrow somebody's going to fight about water somewhere anyway again. That is just how it is about water. But we all need water today, tomorrow, and in the future just to live. Rome failed when the Huns attacked their aqueducts and their water supply. That was one of the major cities, one of the major problems. And here we are. The story has unfolded, and we have not upgraded our infrastructure, even though we know these things. But the bottom line is this. This story started for me in the fallowed fields on the west side of the valley. It was 107 degrees. The trees were all torn out of the field. I went to meet with some people who weren't from my constituency because they just didn't have anybody to meet with, and they were desperate, and they made me feel bad, so I went. There was no shade. There were hundreds of them. I met with them for 3 hours. It was very hot. And what I remember is the fear in their eyes, the anger in their souls, the dignity that resided in their hearts, but that they couldn't express because they were standing in these lines with their children. They had to feed their children. Not long ago, a few hours ago this morning, some of the mayors from those towns came by to see me again, most of them not my constituency. And what did I see? I heard their words, but what did I see? I saw the hope hidden in their hearts. It was hidden. They're afraid. They're afraid that I'm going to fail them. They're afraid that we're going to just keep fighting. They're afraid that we're not going to take a risk on their behalf. I mean, after all, we might be wrong. That would be such a terrible thing. So I'm just going to say that I thank every one of you here for making some contribution, because you all have, and because you're still here. Because as angry as we all are tomorrow, we'll get up again and we'll keep working on this over and over and over through the next few years and get it right. Now, hopefully, though, we start with putting this out so that we can move on and then make it better through the years. I'm voting for this not because it's perfect, not because I really like it all that much in many ways, but because I'm voting for jobs, I'm voting for life, I'm voting for hope for Californians. 40 years of delay needs to be ended in 30 seconds that it takes to push this button. I'm going to be brave enough to do that. Let's not fail them or the best part of ourselves that's here in this room tonight. I urge and I vote thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nadeau.
You woke me up, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Question of the floor jockey.
Without objection.
An item of funding states $30 million for watershed education facilities, including $20 million for nonprofits that provide watershed programs, and at least $10 million for nonprofit facilities that provide watershed environmental justice and urban greening educational programs to students in the Sacramento City Unified School District. Can you tell me what that's about?
Yes, let me start off by saying that that is not my district. And that is that was a request from a member. And basically, the purpose of that funding is to do education, outreach to children, and to get them committed to conservation practices. And having lived in Sacramento now for 3 years, I have to say that coming from a community where we have a significant conservation plan in place, I can't think of a better place to start educating young people about conservation. I know many of you have heard me say this, but the last 2 nights I've driven home and water's been running down the drain in my neighborhood because somebody is leaving water running on at night. And the reason for that, obviously, is that there are no meters. People don't care about how much water they're wasting, and this is part of our goal is to get the entire state to conserve water and to use it a lot wiser, and this is, I think, a step in the right direction.
I thank you for that answer on my own time. The project is, in fact, actually a wonderful project. It is to build a Unity Center, and it is a project of an organization of which the President Pro Tem is president of the board. But the project is a Unity Center, the purpose of which, as I said, is a wonderful project. I support it myself. It has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with water. It is made to have to do for water with regard to what you heard Assemblymember Caballero articulate, but it is merely a convenience. That water component of that is not going to cost $10 million. All I'm trying to do is parse the pork. I don't have time to parse all of the pork. I'm just using this as one particular example. Now, Assemblymember Caballero also said that all of this is important, and I will grant that. Outside of the pork, it is important, but an importance precedent to this is the ability to pay for it. Members, we are currently servicing $60 billion worth of general fund, general obligation debt. We have behind that another roughly $50 billion of general obligation bonds that have been approved by the voters and not yet issued. We have another, according to the legislative analysts, approaching $130 billion in unfunded and underfunded pension and retiree health benefit obligations. we cannot address the important strategic challenges of this state, which is generally infrastructure and water in this case specifically.
30 seconds.
Unless we have the resources to do it. We cannot do that until we get our budget in balance. I would suggest to you that we need to back up a little bit, straighten out the budget, and then come back and address this particular issue. I urge a no vote on this bond measure.
Thank you. Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a nearly $10 billion general obligation bond. We have no fiscal analysis to tell us what the impacts will be on the general fund. I asked my budget staff to give me a back-of-the-envelope estimate of what they thought it would be. It will be roughly $600 million a year from the general fund just to pay for that debt service, in addition to the debt service on the debt that Mr. Nilo has just outlined for you. We just went through a round of very, very, very painful budget cuts. We cut $60 billion out of the general fund over the last 2 years. We have taken massive, massive cuts, billions of dollars, from health care for poor children, from IHSS, from foster care. We have closed the poison control centers in the state of California. Our parks are jewels of state parks, which are the pride of the state and really the pride of the nation, are being closed partially. We have cut HIV/AIDS funding. We have slashed funding for CSU and UC and community colleges to the point where our children cannot find the classes that they need to earn their college degrees. Libraries are closing on K-12 campuses across the state. K-12 campuses are cutting their classes, laying off their teachers. Some schools are even closing. Domestic violence shelter funding has been cut. Even though some of it has been restored, it's still a massive cut. We have cuts to public safety. We have borrowed billions from cities, counties, and redevelopment agencies. We have eliminated state funding for transit. Our state employees are furloughed, and we are closing our courts 1 day a month. And you are looking at adding another $600 million to the general fund every year. Members, that's twice as much as we paid this year just for poison control centers, domestic violence shelters, state parks, and the Healthy Families Program. So that's twice as much. So we can consider next year, or when, after these bonds get issued in the next few years, cutting twice that much out of our general fund, because that is the question. And those of you that feel like you're going to be brave to press the green button tonight, I hope you can be brave enough to find the funds that we are going to need to have to balance the state budget as we go forward after this vote tonight. Finally, the last thing I would add is that this is a 50-50 match. This has never been done in the state of California. Mr. Torlakson talked about how these programs have been funded traditionally on the local level. The state has traditionally funded only 3 to 4% of these projects. This bond calls for a 50% taxpayer match across the state, regardless of where the project is located. My area in Northern California is going to pay for a dam in the Central Valley or the Southern Central Valley. This is a new precedent. It will set up a new expectation for how we are going to go forward and fund these projects. It is a massive boondoggle, and it is going to rob the general fund of the much-needed money that we need to maintain our state services, which we are already unable to maintain. And I will be voting no on this bond.
Thank you. Mr. Gaines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in opposition, and I mean, we're in the middle of an economic crisis here in the state of California, and we had a package here that started out at about $8 billion a couple of years ago that we are now looking at well over $11 billion. We've got, you would think that if we're going to pass any sort of bond initiative to go on the ballot where the taxpayers can respond, I don't know with a straight face how we can present this to the voters and expect them to support it. And what we really ought to be doing is being much more prudent in how we're looking at the entire crisis that we need to solve with water here in the state of California. And we ought to be trimming down the package that we ought to be presenting to the voters so at least it passes, in my mind, the smell test. I just don't know how we can do this with a straight face and expect the voters to indebt ourselves with not only $11 billion in bonds, but another $11 billion in interest. This is really a $22 billion package when you get done with it. And then you start looking at some of the provisions here under conservation watershed protection. We're going to spend $250 million for dam removal. I thought we're actually trying to promote additional water supply by passing this legislation. And then we got another $20 million for Cisco County for economic development necessary to offset the impacts of dam removal. And I can understand that there is an impact in that county, and that is a terrible thing, but I cannot logically understand why are we destroying opportunities for water storage in the state of California and throwing it into this legislation and expecting the voters to pick up the tab. So I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Arambula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of you have asked, why should we do this? We didn't do it in the past. Well, let me remind us, in the past, we weren't aware of the environmental damage that has led to restrictions on pumping Delta water. You know, Mr. Huffman mentioned the Rolling Stones. I'd like to mention Bob Dylan. The times, they are a-changing. We don't live in our grandparents' times. What we have to do today is to meet the challenges of today. And the challenges we face include making sure that California, all parts of California, have access to reliable quantities of clean, potable water, not just for human beings, not just in the Central Valley, but for the California economy. We have to fix the Delta. Who's going to pay for that? Isn't that something that we as a state should be willing to pay? Folks, I've heard say, let's just wait. How long can you wait without drinking water? About 3 days. You can afford to go without eating for about 30 days. We have an obligation to provide the essentials that are necessary for the well-being and the prosperity of our state. We have to do that. That's our sworn obligation. And water is the most essential thing that we have an obligation to provide. I submit to you, these times are difficult. They are different than what has happened in the past. We have an obligation to make sure that present Californians and future Californians have the resources that they need to prosper and to thrive. Now, as far as the cost, if we don't spend these monies, then we can't fix the Delta. If we can't fix the Delta, everyone has been telling us, all of the scientists, all of the reports, that any day we could have an earthquake, and with each passing day the likelihood is greater and greater that there will be an earthquake that essentially liquefies the levees, that destroys the ability to transfer any water from northern to southern California. What's the economic impact of shutting down water transfers to Southern California, to over 20 million of our Californians? It's in the billions of dollars. How are we going to attract businesses, encourage them to make investments, if we can't assure them that they have the reliable quantities of water that they need to conduct their business? This is not a Central Valley problem. This is a state of California problem. We have to find a way to finance those things that we need the most. And I can't think of anything more important than water. So for those of you that are concerned about the cost, let me just remind this body that we retain the ability to decide, by and large, how much we wish to bond and the timing. Yes, there are a number of outstanding bonds out there, but it's up to us as an institution to decide which of those is most important and how much can we afford to put out at any given time. That remains well within our responsibility. So those that say $600 million is a price we can't afford.
30 seconds, Mr. Nambla.
I would say that is well within our control. We need to make sure that we fix the delta. We need to make sure that all residents in California have access to this precious, essential necessity. And if we can't do that, then why are we here? I urge and I vote.
Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I reluctantly rise in opposition to this measure because I believe that this measure has been so bulked up with pork that it's going to sink under the weight of its own pork when the voters are asked to vote on it in November of next year. We heard one egregious example from my distinguished colleague from the greater Sacramento area where he talked about the $10 million, no less than $10 million, set aside for the Unity Center, a center envisioned as a statewide hub to teach students about tolerance and collaborative problem solving. Now, this may very well be needed, but, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't have anything to do with water. Now, as I understand, we had a bond that was about $9.4 billion yesterday, and my count is we've added about $100 million an hour to it, to the point where we're looking at about an $11.14 billion bond, of which about $3 billion actually goes to storage, if the voters pass it a year from now. And I think what we're doing is by getting a little excited about this free money, or as a certain individual 2 floors down from us once referred to as a loan from the future, the challenge is that as it's bulked up, public interest in it is also going to be increased to the point where there's going to be a lot of scrutiny. Now, I think a lot of folks in the state of California are going to look at this and say, wait a minute, I thought you were trying to solve the water problem, not build schools or do extraneous projects that have little to do with increasing storage. Now, we're looking at a potential payback of somewhere in the neighborhood of $700 million a year in principal and interest once all the bonds are out. Certainly that is going to be difficult. Now, nobody is arguing that we're in a difficult situation, largely of the making of the policymakers both in this building and several thousand miles away in Washington, D.C., that have over decades caused there to be a lack of additional capacity built in this state. Capacity that, if we had it, certainly the environmental quality of the Delta would be higher today. Having additional water resources gives you more flexibility. It allows you to do things that benefit both people and the environment, that allow you to benefit agriculture and urban areas as well as industry. But if you don't have the water, then, and if you're not storing it, then it's difficult in dry times to have all of those beneficial uses. That's something that concerns me greatly, as we've seen different policy prescriptions. For example, a few weeks ago, Senator Jim DeMint tried to get an amendment through at the federal level to turn the pumps back on in the Central Valley, and our own elected senators back in D.C. voted no and prevented the pumps from being turned back on. Well, we clearly have both a federal and a state issue here. Now, this bond, if it was actually passed, would go to solve a lot of that problem. Unfortunately, less than 1/3 of it
30
is directed
seconds,
at
Mr.
the
DeVore.
actual, less than 1/3 of it is directed at actual storage and conveyance. And so my fear is that because we've added so much more to this bond, we have actually reduced the likelihood of the voters actually passing it and thus solving a large measure of our problem.
Mr. Fiorentani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question for the floor manager, please.
Yes, without objection, sir.
Thank you. You sure were not kidding, Ms. Caballero, when you said we had to get uncomfortable. I'm pretty uncomfortable right now dealing with this. The short hairs on my back of my neck sort of started tingling when the chair of our budget committee stands up and says this isn't a good idea. But the questions I have been sort of answered, but I wanted them reaffirmed. We've talked privately about this, but one, you've already stated that our vote today would get this bond on the ballot so the people of California will vote on it, up or down. If the bond passes, there's a part of the money of the $11.14 billion that is an ongoing expenditure that will start as soon as the bond is passed, as I understand it. Then the rest of the bonds have to be authorized, as Mr. Arambulo was saying. We can do that based upon whenever we want relative to our budget situation, so that if in fact we run into these difficult times that have been talked about, which is a concern for all of us, then maybe we would not authorize bonds, but the authorization would be a 50% plus one vote. But since it's a part of the budget process, it will then ultimately be a 2/3 vote. Is that true? And if you could explain it better, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that question. Basically, the part of the bond that has continuous appropriation is the storage chapter. That chapter is going to require significant environmental impact reports in order for that money to be accessed, and so it's significantly down the road before you see any use of those funds. Half of the funds can go out before 2015. The rest of the bonds have to wait until July 1st, 2015 to go out. Anything that requires the legislature to appropriate the money, in other words, any enabling legislation has to come through the legislature and would not require a 2/3 vote in order to set the guidelines. But if we're going to be my understanding of the process is if we're going to be deciding what the priorities are going to be in regards to the other bond funds going out, that is a budget decision. It would require a 2/3 vote, and so the prioritization of any bond funds that get expended would be part of the budget process and would require a 2/3 vote.
Basically, you're saying my characterization is on target.
Yes, sir.
On my own time, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Just very briefly. I was on the Water Committee last year, and unfortunately, I was not on it this last year. I was on the first year I was here, but I was not on it last year. Got moved around on other committees. It was a really interesting committee, and one of the things I got as a result of that was a water map of the state of California. And if you look at that water map and you look at the delta, it sort of literally looks like a heart, with the veins and the arteries going north and south, east and west. And if we look at California as one state, not north, south, east, west, Democrat or Republican, and we look at the body of the state of California, we all know that if the heart is ailing, then we all suffer. So the issue, and I'm really sorry to hear the concerns coming from our Delta legislators. I think their passion and what they've shared with us has brought about considerable concern. But the Delta is the heart for the whole state, so we all have a vested interest in its health. So what we're trying to do with this policy, I think, although difficult,
30 seconds,
speaks to
Mr.
certain
Fiorentani.
reality. And that reality is that one eye of mine has been watching national health care. and all the debates and all the discussion and all of the amendments and all of the compromise, they're still not there. Looks like they're not going to do it to 2010. But it sort of makes me feel that what we're doing here with water is of equal importance. That's why it's so difficult. That's why we're dealing with so many interests. And so as they struggle with national health care at the federal level, we're struggling with water policy here at the state level, and I believe it's of equal importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Buchanan.
Thank you. You know, there was a poll done to which Assemblywoman Huber referred earlier. It was done on August 28th. And the first question it asked was, what was the voters' number one priority for our state? And the number one priority overwhelmingly was fixing the state budget. With respect to the peripheral canal that we're talking about building, initial support started out at 28% supporting, 34% opposed, and after they had more information, 76% opposed. The bond has 44%. We're not listening to the people of California. And if you look forward, the Department of Finance is projecting, it was initially numbers they put out not long ago was, I believe, was slightly over a $5 billion deficit for this year and next year. We know that this year's, as of right now, is $7 billion. So that means that at a minimum, if everything turns around and stays constant, we will have a $12 billion budget hole to fill when we come back and start working on the budget. But all of us know we've heard projections as high as $20 billion. And the year after, 10-11, the temporary income goes away. So then the Department of Finance's projections are that our deficit's up to $15 billion that year, $15 billion the year after. We are in big trouble. Our schools are now going to be funded 50th in the nation. We've made gut-wrenching cuts to health and human services. We've made cuts to prisons. There's no more fat to cut out of the budget. And you can say all you want about selling an $11 billion bond and make people think you're not really paying for it because you're not selling some of the bonds until 2015. Believe me, you're paying for that. It's not how we would teach our children to budget. It's not how we budget our own money. The Legislative Analyst's Office projected the cost, if you sold it all at one time, of I believe it was a $9.4 billion bond at between the low $600 and $700 million a year. We're now up to over $11 billion, so we're looking at a bond that's going to cost us over $700 million a year, and that's assuming in 2015 the interest rates stay the same. I think it's highly unlikely that interest rates are going to be as low then as they are now, so the cost of this bond is only going to increase. And when you take a look at it, you know, if your number one priority is protecting and restoring the Delta and ensuring a safe, reliable water supply, we had $2.5 billion in the Delta up until we started making the recent deals in the last 2 days. Now that's dropped by $250 million, and we have $3 billion, in there for storage. So you've got $5.25 billion in there for storage or for the Delta. The rest of it goes to other purposes. You want to know how you got some of your support? $250 million for the Wildlife Conservation Board, $100 million for the Santa Monica Conservancy, $25 million for the Baldwin Hills, $25 million for San Joaquin River Conservancy, $25 million for Santa Monica Bay, $50 million for the State Coastal, $100 million for Lake Tahoe, $25 million for the California Farmland Conservancy, $20 million for the Department of Watershed Coordinator Program, $50 million for upstreams restoration, $100 million for Sierra Nevada Conservancy, $100 million for Salton Sea restoration, $10 million for the natural resources, $20 million for watershed education centers, $10 million for the center in Sacramento. And I can assure you, having been on the school board for 18 years, those kids would rather have more teachers and books than having money go to a center. So you go on and on. You know, we need to get serious about solving the problems, and we can't pretend that we can pass something now and we're not going to have to make real decisions in a few months. I want to remind you that in 2006 we passed Proposition 1E, 1E, the
Without
Disaster
objection.
Preparedness and Flood Protection Bond Act of 2006.
30 seconds.
We have $3.6 billion in unspent money from that. We could start shoring up the Delta right now. We also passed Proposition 84. We have $4.4 billion in unauthorized bonds. We have $8 billion in unauthorized bonds for flood protection, levees and clean water and other purposes that we have in this bond.
Thank you,
We need to
Mr.
manage our
Solario.
money wisely.
Thank you, Mr. Solario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Here's another news flash. The ratepayer and the taxpayer is the same person. And I think, our state really doesn't care if we pay for it with the left pocket or the right pocket. They want us to fix it. And I would say that the fix that we have before us is a bipartisan fix. It is probably one of the most bipartisan bills I've ever seen, with the strong involvement of our Speaker and our Republican leader and the senators and the great leadership of Ana Caballero and others. With respect to concern about the general fund deficit, we all care about that. But I'm one of those Democrats that believes we're not going to cut our way out of the problem. We're not going to tax our way out of the problem. We need to grow our way out of the problem. And to have a robust economy, we need water infrastructure and we need water. And we're now at about 38 million residents. We'll soon be 50, and we need to start thinking long term. Finally, let me say that this bill will help fix the Delta, but there's really a lot of money for regional solutions. Because I, too, believe that we can't always rely on Sacramento to fix all our problems. We need to be more self-reliant. This bill will help do that. We will be able to not have to rely just on Sacramento or the Delta. We're going to be able to have our own sources of drinkable water, and that's a good thing for California. This is a bipartisan plan, and I hope we all move forward in solving this very important crisis. I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Valines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bond. I rise in support because for 5 years that I've been elected, I've stood up every year on any debate on water and said if there's a comprehensive solution that is bipartisan, that helps Northern California all the way down to San Diego, that delivers water safely, that remedies the problem that if we have a natural disaster, that we won't have a way to deliver that water, that I would support that bond. So I am supporting this bond. I'm grateful to Senator Cogdell, who's been dogged in his work on proceeding with this. I'm grateful to the Senate for bringing it to us, and I'm grateful for tonight that I'm hopeful our colleagues, bipartisan, will stand together here. I also stand on this bond because I went out to the West Side with Juan Arambula, my colleague and friend. I've gone out with Danny Gilmore into their districts. I've gone out with Senator Cogdell, and I've talked to the same people that we're talking about tonight. This isn't an issue of debt service or what can be done or anything else. This is about survival in their districts. Survival. Kids having drinking water. It's not about surface storage to them. It's actually about surviving, hopefully maybe next year, and having a job. It's about keeping their families close and not having to go traveling to find work so they could stay. Those people matter. Those are our brothers and sisters too. Those are our folks that right now don't have a voice. And it's easy for us, and I understand this. It's easy for us to say, well, we've got to look at all these other issues. But I do think oftentimes these break down to very simple things. Our job in government is to help those that can't help themselves reasonably and to give them the tools to prosper so that we can back out of it. This is a very responsible way to fund a very responsible bond. It simply says, let the voters choose. We've all argued to let them choose. I think they'll support this. I don't know what the polling is, but I've never made a decision based on polling. I've done it for what I think is right for my district, but tonight I actually stand up to do what I think is right for the state of California. It is a problem because San Diego doesn't get water off the Colorado River anymore. It's a problem because Orange County, who does a great job, by the way, of keeping that aquifer clean, needs water to do that. It's a huge issue right through the Santa Ana watershed because they need water to clean that up, and they're hoping tonight will help them. In the Central Valley, it's literally about survival. It's literally about drinking water. It's about the future of agriculture, cities growing, people prospering, kids and families being together. And in the Delta, I think we're doing something to shore up in case we have that natural disaster, which will occur. Hopefully not on our watch, maybe hopefully never, but it will at some point. And then for Northern California, we protect the water rights. I think this is a unique situation where we should be able to say absolutely. Ms. Caballero has the courage to come up and take the lead on this in our House. I support her. And I hope that we all do that and don't make this a tortured process. This is good for California. It's good for most districts, but it's the right thing to do for those kids that we've gone out and seen with Mr. Rambula and those families that are struggling and everybody else. Let's just move the state forward. Let's take a positive action. We can do that tonight. We can do that in the next 10 minutes. And then start working on the other problems that have been alluded to tonight, because I agree. And I'll work on those with you, too. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Nilsen.
Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, as you drive north on Interstate 5 just before Richards Boulevard, there's a large water tank. The biblical verse graces the walls of that tank. It says, "All things shall live wherever the water cometh." You should think about that. If there is no water, where is life? Rarely in this institution, the members of this legislature have the opportunity to vote on anything that will have very lasting significance, as in for our grandchildren. And governing my thoughts of this water debate, or the 30-some years of being engaged in the water debate I have, it's not about tomorrow, not about the next election, the next news cycle. It's about our grandchildren. What will be this state and the state of affairs for them in providing for their necessary water needs 25 and 50 years from now? You have a chance to do something about it tonight. Oh, we have regular bonds here all of the time. I guarantee you next year and the year after there will be bonds that exceed the amount of this one that we will be voting on and arguing how meritorious they are. But I would argue they do not compare to the need of this bond. I have farmed the west side of that San Joaquin Valley in Firebaugh. I know what happens when there are shortages of waters. I have farmed the east side of the San Joaquin Valley, our own ranch, when water from Pine Flat would be cut off the 1st of August. And you're desperate to figure out where you're going to get enough well water to at least keep your crop alive. And I know what it's like to tell my farm workers, I'm sorry, we can't plant 200 acres this year. Thousands of workers have experienced that. But many other workers are suffering now as well who could benefit from this. We speak of the economy. Infrastructure is the key to the economy and a big key to the budget of the state of California. I don't care what we cut or tax or whatever. If the economy does not resurge, we're never going to get out of this mess. And so providing jobs for our construction workers, which could be a part of the monies deriving from these bonds, would be very helpful to us, and that's why they are so very supportive of it. Water is indeed the lifeblood of California, and we've voted year after year for many bonds and all good ideas, some for water, yes. But for some of us who have long suffered for storage, finally we have some hope there may be some storage. We cannot conserve our way into the future of California, ladies and gentlemen. We must provide additional supplies, and this offers us a historic opportunity. The last time anything this significant happened in water in California was 1964. And I knew some of the men and the women who served here at that time, and I've studied the history of those times, and that water plan was a difficult birth. It was not just born of visionary people wrapping their arms around each other and singing Kumbaya, which was sort of popular at the time, I guess. They labored just as arduously as we have to come up with a water plan that endured for 50 years now. And water is going through the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, the lifeblood of California that keeps the economy healthy. We have many priorities here, ladies and gentlemen. This should be one of our highest ones. And you have an opportunity tonight to finish the deal, to push it over the goal line, and provide for the future not of you, but of our grandchildren. You have an opportunity in years of service here, your 6 years here and wherever else you may go, this night to make history. And someone will write about whatever happened, maybe not about any of us individually, but that legislature that had a vision that provided for our future. Think about that as you consider your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Gain. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. There's no question that there's a compelling need for investment in water infrastructure, and there's no question that we need to act now. The question before this House, though, is how should we do it? This measure proposes that we ignore the fact that we have a structural deficit. This measure proposes that we ignore the fact that just 3 or 4 months ago we had to cut $30 billion out of our state budget. This measure proposes to ignore decades of precedent of funding for water infrastructure in the state of California. In fact, we have never funded major water infrastructure with general obligation bonds without some new additional revenue stream to pay off those bonds. So those of us who are raising the concerns are not arguing against making these investments. We're saying that we need to do them in a fiscally responsible way, in a way that makes sense given the context that we're in. We don't have a huge surplus to hand out free money willy-nilly. In fact, quite the opposite. Now, there is a way to do this. We can do this the way we've always done it in California, and that is by identifying a new revenue stream to pay for this borrowing. The way we do it in our cities and counties whenever we have new water projects. A little surcharge that gets spread out across residential, industry, and agriculture. Barely noticeable, but we pay for it. And I don't think we can delude ourselves here that we won't ultimately end up paying for this. The annual debt service of this is at least $600 million. And some can suggest that, gee, we'll be gone when that finally takes hold and not to worry. But just think, that's exactly what the legislators said 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago that got us in the mess that we're in right now. You know, when you're in a hole, you ought to stop digging. Proponents are suggesting that even though we've maxed out their credit card, the family's in complete debt, the house is about to be taken away from us, we should get another credit card and max out on that. It makes no sense. When we have the ability to do this in a thoughtful, fiscally responsible way. Now, here's the other irony.
1 minute.
We should make these investments, and they will bring jobs. But remember what happened back in December and January this year when, because our general fund was so backwards, we couldn't disperse the bond funding that we've already authorized for construction projects that were already approved, and we had to stop road, highway, street projects across the state of California. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pit water projects against road, street, highway, and school construction projects. It makes no sense. And as for those children who we all care about, boy, I hope they don't need an education in the next 4 or 5 years. Or I hope they have access to a private school and they can afford that.
30 seconds.
Because they're going to have a hard time getting a public education based on the cuts. I hope they don't need food because we're cutting food stamps. And I certainly hope they don't get sick because we know we've already cut children's health care. And we're going to keep making those cuts if we don't do this the fiscally responsible way and pay for it.
Thank
and
you,
we can
Mr.
do that
Gilmore.
now.
Thank you. Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot said here in this late hour, so my comments are going to be brief. But I hope that you listen and you listen well. I want to thank Ana Caballero. I stood next to her just a few short weeks ago in a little town of Huron, which is withering on the vine. I also saw her at the Latino Water Coalition March at the dam and in Fresno. There are many in this room that have worked long and hard for this water deal. You know, it was said earlier, too, that this is not the time You know, I came to this institution with a public safety background, 31 years of wearing a uniform for the California Highway Patrol. But I saw as I started on my very brief time in politics, it didn't take me long to learn that this issue, and Mr. Fertani said it right, this issue is the biggest issue facing us in California. Education, health care, all of those issues are ones that we're struggling with. But I'm going to tell you that agriculture is the machine that drives this state. And water drives agriculture. I often think that had the legislators 40 years ago, maybe they were thinking at that time, now is not the time. Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, tonight is the time. When you go to the city of Huron and Mendota, and you look in the eyes of those children that want an education, that want health care, that want jobs, they want to be able to feed their children. And they can't do that without that water going to the valley. We can turn this state around. There are 121 people in this building making decisions for 38 million people. Now is the time. Now is the time to step up to the plate, bite the bullet, and get this state the infrastructure that it needs, the lifeblood of the great state of California. We can do it tonight. I urge and I vote.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to discussion. I didn't want to repeat what others were saying. There is an issue here that I have not heard discussed, and that is the link between energy and water in California. And while we may disagree with the process, we may disagree with the funding, the way it's being presented, unlike past bonds and past infrastructure investment, that's from a different era. The era we are in now does not allow us, for various reasons, to fund things the way that they could be funded 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Permission to read, Mr. Speaker?
Without objection.
There is a report from 2007. It was presented to the Water Committee, and it indicated that in California, water-related energy use consumes 19% of the state's electricity, 30% of the natural gas, 88 billion gallons of diesel fuel every year, and this demand is growing. If we don't get a handle on the energy that is embedded in the water in this state, we will never achieve our AB 32 greenhouse gas reductions. We will never have enough energy to meet the growing demand as more people do continue to come into California, either by birth or by people moving in. Energy and water are linked so closely, and yet we haven't discussed that at all. And we are also on the verge of an energy revolution that I see all over this state, in Silicon Valley with Tesla, in San Diego with solar. And if we can harness the energy breakthroughs that I believe we are on the verge of achieving, along with this investment in water, I think this state will realize tremendous benefits from these two conjoined efforts. It may not have been by design, but in fact, they will be related. They are related. And we need to, as this bond moves forward, educate Californians about those linkages. So I stand in support. I encourage everyone to support this. California, and I've provided copies of an article, permission to use a magazine on the floor?
Yes, without objection.
I provided members with a copy of an article cover photo or cover article of Time magazine about why California is still America's future, actually why it is still the world's future. It is because we are risk takers. It is because we have people who come here from all over the world that bring determination, innovation, risk taking, and they can use this type of public investment to transform not only our state, but to influence other transformations throughout this country and around the world. So I encourage you to keep in mind that California is still a leader in so many ways, and that leadership requires bold action and investment. And we can do that this morning. I ask you to support this.
Thank you. Mr. Blakesley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a body that's often criticized for the polarization and partisanship which many have decried as being a source of its dysfunction. Through what's been a very difficult, laborious, involved process these many weeks and months, this body has found compromise. California is a diverse state, 1,000 miles or more in length, Sierras, beautiful valleys in the east, Central Valley, rich with farms, one of the most magnificent estuaries in the nation, northern clime with much rain and a southern desert that houses millions of Californians. And we were challenged to come together and find a solution that works for all Californians. And with that challenge, we had to find issues that dealt with water conservation and cutting back. A lot of people don't want to cut back. This has significant water conservation in the package. We came to grips with the fact that we need to tighten the enforcement and the punishment for those who divert illegally and those who are not reporting. Many did not want to go down that road, but we understood we had to join in and participate. There are many who did not want to monitor groundwater and felt there's enough monitoring. People in this room bravely stood up and said, well, let's find a way that we can and still respect private property rights but get the information we need to understand these aquifers. There's many in the state who didn't want to spend a penny on the Delta. Not $1 million, not $1 billion. They didn't want to spend a penny on the Delta. Someone else's problem. The solution is going to help us restore that Delta. One of the most wonderful, I think, ecosystems that California has. There's many who, frankly, don't want to spend money on groundwater storage. They don't want to spend money on dams. They don't want to spend money on storing, on recharging aquifers or dealing with expensive technologies to clean water so kids can drink that water. But we're doing all of that, and it comes with a price tag. And this is what a comprehensive solution that entails compromise really looks like. There's something here for everyone to say, I really don't like that piece. But there's enough here for us all to come together and address a problem that has been 40 years in the making. I applaud everyone for their involvement in the heartfelt comments, even for those who feel they must oppose. But let's remember, all California is depending upon us to find compromise. It's what they're hungering for. It's what they've asked us for. And this is our best effort as a body to bring that compromise to address the needs of all Californians and put an end to this crisis. I urge and I vote.
Thank you. Ms. Caballero, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you very, very much for all of your comments. Whether you spoke in support of the bond or whether you spoke in opposition to the bond, I truly respect your opinion and your heartfelt feelings about how tough this decision is. And I told you, and frankly, that's probably why it's taken us 60 years to get to a point where we've reached a compromise and a comprehensive plan, because it's uncomfortable. And I told you that I was going to make you uncomfortable. And I know I have. But today, really, what it comes down to is whether you have the courage to take a very, very difficult vote, the courage to take a vote of compromise, the courage to have reached across the aisle to meet in the middle, and the courage to really look at the state and to say, what is the risk that we run if we don't do anything? And the courage to step away from the status quo. And the challenge is the risk that we run of doing nothing is crystal clear on the west side of the Central Valley. That is the risk. It is the risk that you put hundreds of farms out of business, thousands of farm workers on the food lines instead of working, small businesses that cannot survive in an agricultural community when you don't have people working. So you have mom and pop businesses that are closing, or at risk of closing. And all of those individuals are waiting in food lines, very, very similar to the Dust Bowl era. That's the risk of not doing something. And the challenge is that came about by a set of circumstances that are out of our control. A set of circumstances such as a drought, the third year of a drought. The set of circumstances such as the decline of a species that ends up with a federal judge that doesn't live in the area looking at the situation and saying, look, we got to alter the way that we operate our pumps. And I ask you to reflect on that, because we are one biological opinion away from other pumps going down. And I want to repeat that. There is the potential for other decisions. We are losing fish species as we sit here and do nothing. And when that happens, we are under the gun. And we have absolutely no control over what happens with those pumps. And so it could tremendously impact water imports over to San Francisco. It could tremendously impact the water imports beyond the Central Valley down into Los Angeles and San Diego. And are you willing to risk that kind of disaster happening on your watch? That's really what this is all about. And so we have an opportunity to start planning, an opportunity to set up the infrastructure in place, to set up the mechanism for the voters to be able to decide whether water is a priority for them. And I venture to say that the voters are going to say yes. So the vote today is to say, do we present it to the voters? Do we give them the choice? Do we give them an option to be able to say what is happening in the Central Valley right now is not what we want for our state? Because we have lost thousands of dollars tax revenue because we do not have the business community active. And it's not just agriculture, it's the biotech industry. It is a number of other industries that are out there saying, please do the right thing, because if we don't have water, we can't stay in California. So the future of our state really depends on how we deal with this water crisis today. And so I conclude by saying you have an opportunity to act with courage. And you have an opportunity to say, we're going to put before the voters a plan to be able to fund the infrastructure necessary to be able to ensure water reliability and the sustainability of the Delta. And that's really what this is all about. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Members, all discussion having ceased, I believe at this point we are prepared, the clerk is prepared to open the rolls. Clerk will open the rolls. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Green means yes and red means no. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. Tarico moves the call. Members, we are prepared to lift the call on SB 2, 7th Extraordinary Session. We are prepared to lift the call. Clerk will post. All those voters who desire to vote. All those voters who desire to vote. All those vote 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 who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All those 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 vote who desire to vote. Mr. Blakesley moves the call. We'll have a Republican caucus in the corner to the right, to my right. To my right, your left. All Republicans in the House, there will be a brief Republican caucus to my right, to your left.